Hello everyone, this is Draginhikari, good morning, and this is Final Fantasy XIV patch 6.5 Growing Light. Starting off a few minutes early here to make sure everything is in order here, because once I get started this morning I don't really want to stop. So today we'll be covering primarily the main scenario as well as the Myths of the Realm. These are both conclusions to stories that have been running, so yeah, full spoilers ahead. I have no intention of stopping or hiding anything, so be prepared for all things. Anyway, I apologize. Give me a minute here. I realized I forgot something. Got my water. I'm going to need that a lot this morning because I'm going to be talking a lot this morning. And of course this is what I get for trying to start a stream like 15 minutes after I got up. Okay, so our first thing on the agenda today is the main scenario, which it will be the conclusion of the Zero arc, which has basically been our story in Final Fantasy XIV since the end of Endwalker's main scenario, which will eventually lead into Dawn Trail. This portion of the MSQs could be, as I said, the conclusion to Zero's story, which, depending on who you ask, is either been a kind of an interesting side story or has been a giant waste of time, depending on who you ask. And I have no interest in being a content creator who's going to rail on about the state of the current game, because frankly I just don't have the energy to participate in drama, so let's not. I've enjoyed the story and I've enjoyed Zero as well, and I'm curious to see how this is all going to end. So I think we're about ready to go here. Want to make sure that I prepared for the long run here, because last few times I've tried to do this patch day stuff, I always end up getting ill halfway through it, and ends up not going so well on the streaming side, so hopefully, kind of why I decided to start now instead of earlier when this stuff launched. Interrupting my sleep schedule just doesn't work for me as well as it used to. Getting old is fun. Anyway, I think we've stalled for long enough. Let us begin Growing Light. After we do usual shenanigan type stuff. I'm going to try voicing all the non-voice dialogue if I can. Eventually I may have to pull back on that a little bit if it starts bothering me too much. But I think we'll be fine. Okay. Got plenty of food, plenty of supplies. Okay, we are good. I apologize, I'm apparently stalling as I try to make sure I'm awake for all this, because things are probably going to get crazy from here. Been a lot of unknowns ever since this patch has been announced, because they revealed very early on that Zero is going to the first along with us, and the question of how and why is still kind of one of those things we're wondering about. So let us not waste any more time, because I have stalled long enough. I try to fight with everything. Just doing one more quick check here to make sure. Problem is, I know a lot of this is going to be viewed by people after the fact and not during, so I'm like, is the sound working? I hope it is. Seeking the light. Washim is glad for your arrival. Yeah, I'm already starting to speak. Kari, I was about to call for you. There has been developments concerning the Void Gate that I wish to discuss with everyone. Coincidentally, I am told Yistola will be returning shortly. I dare say she hopes she's made some progress in devising a way to harness the first light. Come, let us await the others in my chamber. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. I pray thou come with glad tidings. Yeah, my Vitra voice isn't that impressive. I will say that. I don't have the reverb. With finding wells worth many sleepless nights, I am pleased to report. Facial expression of Vitra. You may leave it there, thank you. Something from the... looks like something from the ironworks. Eager though I am to hear the details, I must first share tidings of my own, grave ones. Urianje has sent word from the Void Gate in Mare Lamentorum. The situation is precarious. Now what? They continue to rely upon the brands to contain the forces which would otherwise flow freely into the source. Yet, though these measures were sufficient to imprison a fragment of Zodiac for eons, against our enemies' determined onslaught, they are degrading at an unsettling rate. The Loprits are sparing no effort to sustain the brands, but 'tis only a matter of time ere they fail. Unless we act soon, there shall be no stopping Golbez from realizing his ambition. That Zeromus should test even the seal, even when it not at full strength, 'tis every bit as terrible as we feared. Aye. Must we need it? We must needs to vanquish it, to which ends we need to pierce its dark shroud. So did you find it? A way to bring resplendent light to bear against our foe. As a matter of fact, I have. The theory was simple. We harness light from the first and channel it to the 13th. Such a feat would require us to manipulate vast amounts of energy, to say the least. What's in the box? Halligan nodes? And so I consulted Sid and his fellows, who rose to the challenge and proceeded produce bespoke devices, aether transmitters. These marvelous contraptions can be placed at a location of our choosing to facilitate the flow of ether. In other words, we can use them to create etheric currents. That such a thing should be possible. We shall first direct ether from Naba Algren. I can never pronounce these. Nabith Egel, where the flood of light was halted, into the Crystal Tower. We all know from personal experience the wonders of which it is capable, wonders which suit our needs perfectly. I should mention that the knowledge Gartia acquired from the Archmage Noah was also a source of inspiration. Demonstration time, I guess. Once we infuse the Crystal Tower with sufficient ether, we shall send it into the rift. And the aether transmitter shall guide the energy onto the 13th like so. In this way, we shall have a lance of light in which to pierce the shield of darkness. Or so I hope. No tests we perform were as close to the scale as what we ultimately seek to achieve. I cannot guarantee success. Would hardly be the first time we played it by ear. True enough, but that's not a point of pride for me personally. Science and theory aside, we need to place one or more of these transmitters in the first, I take it. A task we must entrust to you, Kari. Rest assured I will provide you with what support I can. I wish to go as well. This world you brought back from the brink, I wish to see it with my own eyes. But how does thou intend to make the journey? In a spirit vessel, that's how you and yours managed it, yes? Void Sense summoning is also sees the soul separated from flesh. This separation I can do as well. The principles are similar enough. If you aren't averse to traveling with company, I shall be glad to lend Zero my vessel. Oh, I bet Lungus are going to be happy about this. I guess it's a void send. It makes... because... Then it is settled. I shall prepare the transmitters and help Zero transfer her soul. Pray see to your own preparations, and let's reconvene at the Magahaduda. I guess it really was that simple. We're just going to repeat the same process. And since Zero's soul isn't subject to the limitations that are normally placed on them, I guess it was a lot more simple than I thought it was going to be. Yusola will be along after she's seen to Zero's soul. Let us wait. Let us await her here. Apologies for the wait. Everything went smoothly. Zero's soul is now safely within the spirit vessel. I shall have the alchemist attend to her body until she returns. The vessel I have placed in your care, along with the transmitters and a set of garments for Zero. I've also included how to operate the crystal tower, courtesy of Grohatia. I'm getting way too used to carrying my friends in spirit vessels here. While you are away, I will join Iranji and the Loperts on the moon. They shall need help if the brands fail. A fine idea. For my part, I shall continue to coordinate our efforts while I recover from my wounds. Given the task at hand, I suggest you speak with Reen. With her power over light, she will be bound to be helpful in our efforts. Ere you do so, Adel, seek out Bet Lug. As the first foremost authority on soulcraft, you should be able to grant Zero a corporal form. As I recall, the old Numul was quite fond of the Cabinet of Curiosity, so that should be your first stop. She's gonna yell at us again. That's all for me. Go forth, Warrior of Darkness. Make your triumphant return to the First. Thou I shall. Off to the First I go. Is that you, Kari? What brings you back across the rift? This and this, that and that. Honestly, first you ask me to extract another soul from a spirit vessel, then you tell me you have designs to channel light to the void. What kind of white, Kari? Is nothing ever simple with you? No, never. I suppose some people can't help but find themselves at the center of world-changing events. Very well. If your home is in peril, then I shall do all in my power to aid you. If it helps Ulakane's work, and with his work, all the better. While I tend to your companions, you should go speak with Reen. By all accounts, she practically lives at the Hortorium these days. I'll look for you there once you have finished. Well, she was slightly less grumpy than she normally is, but probably because I'm just not asking her to grab some random person again.
Restoring the elements to the empty may allow life to flourish there once more.
I am glad they did bring back the voice actors for this.
But that isn't enough to return the environment to the way it was. No, we need to gradually reintroduce life, beginning with plants. Not just any plants, though, but those that won't be a burden on a weakened land. Such as...
I see you take an interest in gardening.
Oh, what a welcome surprise! It seems you caught me rambling to myself. How embarrassing. I've been studying botany, you see, hoping that the knowledge would help our work in the empty. But never mind that for now. What brings you to the Crystarium? It was my understanding that the final days were behind us.
This and this, that and that.
You wish to combat this otherworldly threat with the power of light? Please, let me help. Though I've lost my connection to Hydaelyn, I can still manipulate light to a degree. If there is a chance I could save others with that power, then I have to try.
Welcome back, Zero.
'Tis done. Zero is now with us in the spirit vessel I shall hold on to for operating the tower. This will help me to make sense of the controls, will it?
What, did Gratia write it on a receipt?
There's a levity in his words that wasn't there before. It heartens me to know he is well. I shall see to the preparations as per his instructions.
My thanks for your help.
Think nothing of it. That's it.
Not unlike we Void sent then.
Are you mad? I'll do no such thing. The very suggestion is absurd.
Now, let's calm down. We all have our preferences, and I'm sure no offense was intended.
I shall attend to the tower now. The rest, I leave to you.
Go grumpy Betlug. Ugh, eyes are watering this morning, so yeah, I apologize for skipping stuff accidentally.
Zero, was it? My name is Reen. It's a pleasure to meet you.
This world isn't what I expected. While light is indeed strong here, it's not pervasive or overwhelming. Everything looks much as it does in the source.
We have the Warrior of Darkness to thank for that. If you're interested, I would be glad to show you around.
Montage time. Of course, it's always raining anytime I need to be on a cutscene like this.
Just an ordinary sky. Ordinary and beautiful. To think that after so much loss, they could reclaim this.
There's our title. Now the story actually begins. That was all a prologue. We restored peace to the world. I want to ensure that peace is preserved. That's why I'm learning everything I can. I've heard something of your deeds here, how the Warrior of Darkness fought on despite the light ravaging her very being. Had I had the self-same strength of spirit, perhaps I could have done more for my world. No, it is not over yet. The 13th isn't beyond saving. That's why we're here. So where to? Just lead the way. Green has been added to... I keep forgetting about the coax because I don't need it quite as much, but... I see they use aetherites here as well. Not that I'll be able to, not having to attune to any. I trust you're willing to walk with me. Appealing to the masses, Reen is eager to help you set your plan in motion. Let's head to Nabera Egger. Since Zero can't teleport to the Aetherite there, we should probably travel by Amaro. Ah, there you are. Thank goodness I am not too late. Lena, I take it Betlug told you why she's here? More or less. I'm sorry, her accent's really hard for me to do. This is always embarrassing when I have to do accents. Greetings and welcome. I am Lena, captain of the guard here at the Crystarium. Zero, is there something you require? I learned your plan to gather the light at the Crystal Tower. I felt compelled to warn you of the potential repercussions. I know well that you would never use the tower for ill, nor without due caution, even so. I believe I understand. Ever since the flood, the light has been a source of pain and misery. Some fear it still, no doubt. Which is to say, some would be uncomfortable at the sight if it were wielded as we intended. That is your concern, is it not? Precisely. The light that nearly consumed our world, the use of the crystal tower to harness this destructive force, risks turning the tower into an object of fear. You may convince the Crystarium of the necessity of your cause, but it will not be easy to win over those outside our walls. I worry this will undermine the fragile trust we have only begun to build with some of communities. They may misunderstand your intentions. Tell me who they are and what misunderstandings they may have. I shall allay their concerns. Kari and I will go with her. People know us. Our presence will put them at ease. Thank you. I realize this will delay the execution of your plans, but I see no other way. So it's basically the Garlemald situation from last patch all over again. As to say to where to begin, I dare say Ilmore would be as good a place as any. Though ours is an amicable relationship now, we were at odds for long years. Ilmore was once ruled by a tyrant who wielded the power of light. Though he promised salvation, in truth he made slaves of his subjects and sought to destroy any who defiled him. He is gone now, and a good man named Charles Knowles was elected mayor. Relationships between our cities have improved much since then. Even so, there is a lingering rivalry between us. If the Crystarium were to harness light without warning, some Ilmorians would suspect we have ulterior motives. Thus it would be imprudent to give them prior notice. If you explain that you seek to save the world of darkness's home, though, I hope they shall give you their blessing. Once again, yours is a name that commands respect and trust among those in the domain of your former enemies, as it does in Garlemald. Look, I've been through a lot. Where else shall we visit? After Ilmore, I would suggest the Draginhikari Greatwood. There you will find the Knights Blessed, a small collective that worship darkness, as well as the V, the guardians, the secrets of ancient Rockon. The V are insular and will likely not object unless the light encroaches upon their territory. The Knights Blessing, on the other hand, would greatly benefit from their reassurance that your actions will not adversely affect their lives. People who worship darkness, fitting for a world all but consumed by light. Very well. We shall treat with the people of Ilmore and the Knights Blessed. Take these whisper weeds. I will let you know when all is readiness within the tower. Right then, I shall attend to my own tasks. Explaining the situation to the people of the Crystarium, we arrange for your transmitters to be placed here in Namarang. We are truly grateful. Thank you, Lena. Come, let's head to Yulmore. Hopefully Chalnos will know how to best present our plan to everyone. Trying to make use of this kind of accursed power of the first to fix another problem, which is how we tend to do most things around here anyway. off to Ilmore to reunite. Yeah, I mean, this is basically all of us reuniting with the main people from the previous expansion story, so. Look, Julia, Chad, and Warren are here too. Between the three of them, we should be able to get some good advice. This is the great and powerful leader of Ilmore. He must be possessed of subtle qualities that make him uniquely suited to the position. Kari, Reed, what a wonderful surprise this is. You even brought a new friend. Greetings, warrior of darkness. If you come out of concern for our esteemed Nair, fear not. He runs the city well and even prefers to work closely with the people to better hear their voices. Good gods, if it is Ikari. What do we owe the pleasure? Not a world-ending threat. Surely not. Surely not. We are planning a grand undertaking that may be concerned to the people of Ilmore. And you wish to consult with me before making your plans known to the populace. Very well. What exactly did you have in mind? This and this, that and that. Gathering light with the Crystal Tower, you say? I would be lying if I said that doesn't bring back unpleasant memories, and I believe I speak for most Ilmorans. We can hardly blame you. We have no reason to question your motives, of course, neither yours nor those of the Clusterium's leadership. A world engulfed in darkness, its corrupted inhabitants attempting to invade your own. It's rather a lot to process, but the desire to save one's home is something anyone can understand. I'm touched you show such concern for our feelings despite the gravity of your plight. Very well, you have my support. As if there was any doubt. Right, let's gather the people at once. An explanation from you ought to ensure everyone's understanding. Not so fast, dearest. If we were to reveal everything at this juncture, many would be deeply unsettled, regardless of my assurances I offered. No, we first need to set the stage. Spread the word of the Warrior of Light's plight, that she is on a mission to save her world as she once did ours. Once the tale is common knowledge, I shall call an assembly and explain the need to harness the power of light to a populace far more amenable to the idea. To that end, may I trouble you to speak with our citizens about your predicament? It would be more effective to hear the details from the hero herself, more likely to inspire solidarity for your cause. So we appeal to the desire to aid the Warrior of Darkness to present light in a more positive light. Well played, Master Chai. I'm sort of used to this by now. It's best that you do the talking, then we'll come with you. Fine by me, I am content to observe. I really think I'm getting my voices mixed up here, but oh well. Once you have made your rounds, I ask that you report to me. I should like to know how people react. Lead the way, Kari. We'll be right behind you. As they walk away. So Zero can travel freely like you? Would that Alphino could do the same. I miss him dearly. The people of Ilmore have tremendous faith in both you and Master Chai. They would still not be here otherwise, I myself included. I am acutely aware of my limitations, and I know I am not the most persuasive speaker, thank you. But we should do our utmost to make our people more receptive before I address them. From the conversation alone, I can see how much the people here trust you. Thanks to Julius and Thancred, I've grown better at recognizing it. What? You've met Thancred too? I mean, right, of course you have. I don't know why I said that. Right, let's find some citizens to speak with. I suggest we start here in the canopy, head down to the understory, then to the derelicts. Looks like we're heading to the honeybee first. A tavern, an extravagant one at that. But those dancers engage with the poles in such strange ways. Are they pantomiming a battle? A soldier thrusting their spear into the ground and using it to launch themselves at their enemy, perhaps? Oh, Zero. Given this world's violent history, it makes sense to display martial prowess became popular entertainment. Not exactly, Zero. Thanker once told me people come to these places to savor some memories and drown the others. Imagine the beehive was primarily built for the Amorans to forget about the Sin Eaters, even for a time. But now they can simply enjoy themselves. I can see the appeal, but don't worry. I know I'm still a bit too young for it. I used to live for the moment, not caring what might happen on the morrow. But now that we have peace, I found myself thinking about the future and feeling anxious. This and this, that and that. What, your home is threatened with destruction, wicked white? Why are you wasting your time in a drinking hole? Ugh. But to say it, I feel the sting of hypocrisy. Gods, I need to take control of my life, need to face troubles head on. Same goes for you. Okay, need to head the understory, which if I remember correctly is like underneath, if I remember right. Of course, I rarely ventured above the top floor, so I couldn't remember where this is at. Well now, the Warrior of Darkness and the Warrior of Light both. How may I be of service? This and this, that and that. Your enemies plot to invade your world? I've heard tales of Sin Eaters ravaging countless villages. Ugh. Can't read. Your plight feels all too familiar. Come what may, I urge you to remain strong. You overcome the Light Wardens, you can overcome any adversary. And for what it's worth, I'm sure everyone would be willing to help in any way they can. Okay, now just need to head back to the bottom floor. Oh, right, I need to go back up first. Because I dropped down, that's right. I dropped down quite a bit, actually. Forgot that there's an aetherite shard up here, so I didn't have to go. I forgot there was one here. I didn't have to walk all the way down here. Ah. These things clearing up debris. For a moment I thought it might be a void send. In case you don't know, it is not uncommon for our kind to use statues as vessels. But I see they're more akin to the mechanical soldiers used by the Garleans. They come in all shapes and sizes, don't they? Referring to like the gargoyle voids and things like that. When Valtry tried to keep us out of the city, many free citizens died in the chaos. They had no kin to inherit their wealth, so the Eumorians decided to use it to help refund the reconstruction of the derelicts. It's a part of the greater effort to improve the living conditions down here, which is important since there's simply not enough room for everybody in the city proper. You were the Warrior of Darkness. I never dreamed I'd have the honor, but why are you in Ilmore, if I may ask? This and this, that and that. Your home is in danger and you've come seeking help. But if there's anything we can do for you, just need to ask. Things could be better here, of course, but we've got a long road ahead of us. But we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you and yours. We'll never forget that. Okay. Now we can head back to the main floor. The people know and respect you, Kari. I have no doubt everyone will rally around you in your hour of need. Spoken with the people, have you? While not without their worries, I like to think as on a whole, they are not prone to melancholy as they once were. So the people were one mind with their desires to help. Good, good. Why, I just earlier overheard a conversation of how the Warrior of Darkness is seeking to save their home. Your tale is spreading quickly. And the plan has unfolded precisely as you envisioned. All that remains, then, is to assemble the citizens and explain Kari's need to gather light. For better or worse, I am the mayor of this city. I will do my best to win them over. Wait, aren't you... Yes, you're her, the young lady who saved me from Voltry. I had eaten enough mule to fall under control, but you cured me. I wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for you. Oh, I remember you too. I'm glad to see you're well. I only learned later it was the Oracle of Light herself that saved all of us. I didn't know I'd ever get my chance to express my gratitude. I'm sure it was nothing for someone with your power, but thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. What is this meal? Sin Eater flesh, basically. Food made from light-tainted flesh of sin eaters, you say? I see. The more they ate, the more the light's corruption spread. Right, and because of that, they became susceptible to Voltry's commands, and he can make the sin eaters do his bidding. Thankfully, I was able to suppress the light's influence and free everyone from its control, and there seems to be no lingering effects. You say that if it were some small feat. I've seen countless souls corrupted by darkness. Some with the power to heal them would be regarded as a great figure and never know peace. My gift may be a burden. Many have suffered for it, died for it. There were times where I wish I didn't have it, when I wanted to run away from everyone and everything. But I had friends to encourage and guide me, to help me learn not just to embrace my gifts, but to take charge of my life. Change my fate. And so you did just that. The people of this world are resilient indeed. My thanks for your considerations, Kari. The rest you may leave to us. We appreciate the Consarium's concern for the well-being of our people. May we continue to strengthen the ties between our two cities. Brief though it was wonderful to see you again. Do visit again soon, and hopefully when the fate of the world isn't weighing on your mind. Probably never. When I tended to the people after Voltry fled, I wasn't sure how much of a difference it would make. It is a relief to see many that I treated are alive and well. That a half-void sen like me managed to escape the flood of darkness. For all these years, I never stopped wondering why. To wonder if I had a greater part to play. Perhaps it is time I took charge and considered what I might be able to do for others. The answer is here in the first, and I will find it. In defiance of fate, Zero's cool expression cannot hide the fire in her eyes. We have no further business here. Let us move on. Where to next? Silthbrug, the home of the Knights Blessed in the Ratiki Greatwoods. We shall explain the situation to their leader, Runar. Yep, time to go meet Soft Rockguard Catboy. There we are. I knew it was there somewhere. Little wonder those who reveal darkness would gather here, yet the dark as this wood may seem is a blazing torch next to the void. I have not visited here in such time, but it is much as I remember, which is good. Kai, you're a sight for sore eyes, my friend. Will you be staying long in Sutherborg? Though that being said, I suspect this is not just a social call. A great plan is in motion, and the Knights Blessed deserves to know. When you put it that way, very well. On behalf of my people, I will hear what you have to say. Light a crystal tower. Voidal. Do-do-do-do-do. What? Your world? Master Matoya's world is in grave danger? Master Matoya. Istola. She took another name according to the customs when she lived along the Knights Blessed. They believe the light taints everything that it touches, even their true names. Out of respect, don't speak hers here. You are Zero, yes. The one that comes from the world consumed by darkness? I struggle to conceive of such a place. A pitch-black pale shrouds the sky, which neither the light of the sun nor the stars can pierce. It is quite the opposite of what you once knew here in Novrant. That being the case, I'm sure you can relate to our situation. All too well, you have my deepest sympathies. In order to beat back the darkness in your world, you would need to harness the light from ours. Tis a simple yet brilliant idea. Only Master Matoya could have conceived of such. Novrant is still in her thoughts, that we are still. So you are not opposed to our plan? We, the Knights Blessed, may place our faith in the dark, but we've never sought to force our beliefs upon others. Your deliverance lies in the light, then all means avail yourselves of it. I am surprised. From what I have been told of your people, I was certain you would disapprove of our methods. Do not mistake our reverence for darkness as a desire for it to be ascendance. Rather, in darkness there is a peace which we seek to make our own through thoughts, through prayer and self-reflection. And while light may have wrought suffering in our world, anything in excess can be harmful. Even darkness, as you and yours know all too well. It is the wielder who decides who is the righteous or evil, not the weapon. If you wish to wield light for a noble cause, who are we to deny you? An easy thing for me to say now that the night has been restored to our world, perhaps, nevertheless. I do wish you best in your fight, Zero. May light shine your way in the darkness. Now then, to mark this joyous occasion, I must offer you proper welcome to Slitherburg. You might find this interesting, Zero. If you say so. Right. Now let us begin with the customary greeting. Kari, I trust that you remember how to announce yourself as the friend of the Blessed. Good thing she remembers, because I certainly don't. The chat mode say, Ala Tuta. Oh, okay. Friends old and new, I welcome you to Slitherburg. Alan Tuto, what does it mean? In the language of Rokan, it was several ways to say good evening. This greeting allowed us to quickly discern friend from foe. A simple expression, but in word breath of night, its words have held deep meaning. They were a reminder of the world as it once was, where the sun and moon and the stars danced across the sky, and we wished one another well as the day gave to night. A communal tradition, so words serve to bind us. Indeed, we are no longer strangers, you and I. Next we shall have you cleanse of the light's impurities. Present yourself to Davin in the yonder room. He'll be glad to assist you. I'm reminded when you first came to us, when Master Motoya was still here, but don't let me keep you. Go on and join your friends. I don't remember exactly what Runard sounds like, but I know it was something along that line. It's nice to guide a new friend through the same experiences, isn't it? No sooner had I greeted this Devon than he poured a pot of water over me. I wasn't expecting a literal cleansing. There you are. Your friend has just been cleansed. How do you feel? Wet, but otherwise no different. I would be surprised if you said otherwise. Even so, it is our customary to cleanse ourselves of the light with water blessed by our priests. But you have darkness again, do you not? Why continue the custom? Why, for the same reason why it was conceived, to pray for the safety of friends and visitors alike, as we pray for yours this eve. Safe travels, friend. May the blessed shadow keep you. Right, if that is all, let us turn to Runar and see if there are any other customs I must observe. Come on, Kari. Memories of those I've met and bonds we forged will always be a part of me. You may find these moments strange now, but one day she'll look back on them fondly. How does Zero like our welcoming customs, I wonder? I've undertaken the ritual. While I can't explain it, I feel more confident than I did before, just a touch. Glad to hear it. With the Warrior of Darkness at your side, I have no doubt that you will save your two worlds. If we can defeat Zeromus, then the Source, would be safe. But nothing would change for my own world. It would be just one less void sent to struggle over scraps with the rest. Is that so? Forgive me, I spoke out of turn. It is fine. I am under no illusion. I wish it were different, of course. Kari, can you hear me? Have you met with the people of Ilmor and Ratika? Excellent. Then we may proceed to the next phase of your plan without worry. Beglug has informed me that the tower is ready, so make for now Barang at your leisure. I have arranged for your rendezvous with Kasserin en route as well. Not only can he take you to the site of the flood, but he will know where the best place to place the transmitters, giving his familiarity with the route between the Crystarium and Amarang. You'll be in the Twine on business shortly. I ask that he waits for you there. It's all coming together. To Twine, then. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling there was going to be a lot of non-speaking cutscenes in this part, just because I knew they probably weren't going to be able to bring all the voice actors back. Zero's pessimism notwithstanding, we pray for her world. Take care, my friend, and tell Master Matoya that he is ever in our hearts. I kind of assume once we get back to the Void plot, there will be a little bit more voice stuff again. I can get my throat a rest. Alright, we're off to Twine then. Your timing couldn't be better, Kari. I just finished setting up my business here. Nina has told me it'll be my pleasure to take you to Namarang. Soon as the other helpers arrive, that is. They're supposed to be along any moment now. Kari, it's really you. We understand you are facing quite a predicament. And when an esteemed customer is in need, the merchants of Moor Soig are eager to provide. The captain bade us assist you, miss. We ensure that the light is delivered to the Crystarium. Members of our guard have will place the transmitters in Lakeland, but the good people in Moor Soig will likely do so in the Hills of Amber. You need to focus on your task in Nabarang. Yet more people clamoring to help you. It's almost be more surprising if they hadn't showed up. If everyone is ready, then let's get to work. Wait. You're heading to Namarang and didn't think to call on us? While most of our Talos are still in a sorry state, we've spared no effort in maintaining the trolley. We've even upgraded, matter of fact. It's even faster than ever and can deliver you in Namarang in no time at all. After all you've done for us, we just can't stand idly by. Thancred would never let us hear the end of it. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I dare say we have ample help. Come, let's go and acquire our light. Agreed, agreed.
So this is the flood of light. I don't remember much of the time when darkness consumed the 13th. Just the cold and the emptiness.
Zero? Are you all right?
I'm fine. You're the one who stopped this.
Oh, no. That was the first Oracle of Light, Minfilia. She's since left us, but I inherited her power and legacy.
I see. Let's get started then, shall we?
The other transmitters are set. Whenever you're ready.
Such radiant light. It's almost too much for one steeped in darkness, like me.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero, alive. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today.
If this power were mine to wield.
I will not succumb! Not to darkness! Not to light! Zero!
She may have gotten a little carried away.
She's taken light into herself. Her body struggles to contain it.
Like, we don't need you doing what I did.
Thank goodness. How do you feel?
Better now.
Then you're very, very lucky. Whatever possessed you to do that?
I had to know if I could command the light. If I could change my fate. Once, I would never have dared to dream it, but your friendship and your trust, has helped me to see new possibilities in myself and everything else. Perhaps that's why, when I beheld this world once damned yet saved, I saw the potential for mine to be saved as to become a world where light and darkness are in harmony and life flourishes. A world where we're not consumed by insatiable hunger, but filled with hope for what we might create together. If I had the strength, perhaps I could make such a dream reality. Perhaps I could awaken us from this endless nightmare. That's what possessed me.
If that's your heartfelt desire, then you mustn't be afraid there was a time when I lacked the courage. To voice my desires was to burden those I love, or so I convinced myself. But then I met those who believed in me. They helped me to believe in myself, and find the strength to live. And so long as I'm alive, I know that I'll be fine. No matter how dire things seem. No matter where I am, to be able to think that brought me peace. And it's a blessing I owe entirely to my friends.
Those who believe in us. I will remember your words. I know all too well that there's a limit to what we can achieve alone.
As a friend, I'd like to help you fulfill your dream. If you wish to take in more light, I can keep the power in check.
That second statement is extremely questionable, but, I'm still gonna say it. It worked well enough for me.
Ah, yes. You mentioned having to absorb light. That you still live is proof of her ability.
And a
Right
bunch of
there.
rejoining stuff, but that's another thing.
I'm counting on you.
Okay, try again.
Here I go. I can feel it. The light's warmth welling within me.
Then I believe it worked.
With this power, I will return to the void and fight for the world that once was, and for those I hold dear.
And let us do it together. Okay, so a few of the theories that were originally going around is that Zero would be the weapon we're using to pierce the void, but it actually just sounds like that for Zero, this is something separate from that. But, we'll see how this ends up playing out, because the light that she just absorbed is going to be used for something. Well, I'll just have to see what it is. Though I've only known Zero for a short while, I can feel her struggles is my own. For her sake and her world, we must succeed. We've done our part, and I trust the others will see to the light in our destination. This time we return to the source. I shall seek out Bat Glug and have them return my soul to the spirit vessel. You spy a tingle of sadness in Reen's eyes. Well, I suppose this is it. I don't know if you had any other preparations to attend or people to visit, but I'll go on to the ocular. Visits can wait. I have things to do. I'll need to follow up with the NPCs. I'll follow up with the Void NPCs after we're actually done here. Because I bet the Void Quests NPCs will have stuff to say. Onto the ocular. It seems Zero is already back in her vessel. I would have liked to talk to her more, but it will have to wait to another time. And there will be a next time, I'm sure of it. Before we said our farewells, Zero thanked me, saying she learned much in her time in Olfront. I do not believe I am owed such gratitude, but I'm nonetheless glad she found the experience worthwhile. The tower stands ready to send light into the rift, once Zero's soul is secured in her vessel once more. Our helpers across the realm have sent word that the transmitters are in place. Once the others have been set onto the moon of Zero's world, we should have the foundation for our ether current. To make matters easier, the transmitters broadcast a powerful signal that can be detected by the tower even across the rift. Upon confirming that the Void ones are active, we'll be sending forth the light. The rest will be up to you. We'll be praying for your success. Now go, make haste back to the source. Save your worlds. Okay. Back to Razahan. We're ready to get this quest under wraps. Welcome back, Kari. I presume the preparations in the first are complete. That is well, for time grows short. Kari, thank heavens you've returned. The Loppers report that the fans are on verge of failing. We have no time to spare. I shall restore Zero to her body at once. Ah, that's better. I was worried that the soul transfer process might affect the light I absorbed, but it feels as potent as before. The radiance of your soul was impossibly blinding. I do not know how you would have managed without Reen's help. While Reen helped me contain the light, it was you, all of you, who gave me the courage to make the attempt. Your friendship, your acceptance. That includes the people of the First. The Knight's blessing in particular showed me great kindness, as did Runar, whose only regret seemed to be that you could not join us. A regret we share. Our reunion is long overdue. All's in readiness. I will assume my dragon form and fly to the moon. In the meantime, I pray make your own way to the Drowning Brand. There we shall reconvene and sail forth once more into the void. Yeah, now we're starting to speed to the actual climax here. Oh, thank goodness you're back. The seal will break any moment, Kari. Any moment! Golbez will ready for our return. We must likewise be ready for him. 'Tis a terrible darkness indeed that should show the test of the restraints once held Zodiark, but with the light from the first, I am confident we will prevail. The hour is upon us. If everyone is ready, then so am I. I take it it's time to fight the enemy, is it? The darkness has been utterly relentless, gnawing at the seal like I might an iron carrot. Strike fast and hard because you won't get another chance. As a precaution, we've enhanced the combat support. You don't need to worry about us while you're away. I shall remain vigil over the brands. Pray see thou are ready to depart as soon as Vitra and the others have assembled. May the light shine your way to victory and deliver you all safely home. It's too quiet. Surely they know we're here. In order to unleash the concentrated burst of light as possible, we will need to route the energy to multiple transmitters before directing it to converge at a single point. I will survey the area for suitable locations. This time, sister, this time I will save you. The dark pall over the crater has grown thicker. On the other side lies Golbez's domain. He will have altered the terrain to hinder us. I do not sense his presence, but I wager he is in the crater. It would be ideal if he were. I shall hurry and place the transmitters. Once they are active, our cross-rift aether current will be established, and light will flow freely from the first, in theory at least. It will work. It must.
All is in readiness. Without further ado then. Light from beyond the rift, shine forth and banish the darkness.
Excellent. The tower is replete with light from the Bath Arang. Commencing transmission.
Back in here? I didn't even realize it had gotten cut off somewhere. Wonder how long it's been cut off for. Oh well, hopefully it was just a hiccup.
May this light illuminate your way.
You can do it, Zero. I believe in you.
Yeah, but just blew a hole into it.
Look, an opening.
It worked. Let us waste no time and sally forth. Alas, I fear the breach may be too narrow for you, Vritra.
For a blessing, I prepared my simulacrum for such an eventuality.
My true form shall stand guard here while we explore the chasm. Tis faint, but I sense the presence of a dragon. No doubt my sister's essence trapped within Zeromus. Not where she was held captive before, but somewhere much deeper.
The descent will not be so easy this time. The chasm swarms with void scent.
Summoned by Golbez, perhaps, or born of the residual darkness.
However they came to be, we shall cut a path through them. Is everyone ready? Zero?
That light should shine in the void once.
No single one of us could have made it so. Only by joining hands were we able to kindle this light.
Do you see, Golbez? We needn't damn others to save ourselves. You knew this once, surely, when you tried to befriend me. When you were one of the precious few left willing to trust in another. But that man is gone. And in his place, a mockery of his beliefs. It's the same as before. Though we walk different paths, we seek the same destination. And yet... there is something I must know. A truth that lies waiting in the dark.
Then we shall find it. It is no longer the cold, distant soul we met in the void, or perhaps, until now, she just never had a chance to be who she truly is. Glad I am, though the planned work. We are in no position to celebrate. The day is not yet won. This radiance is just the beginning. We must cast it into the deepest depths of the moon. Down in the dark. Rashawn is a very picture of determination. Rest assured, I will not let my emotions overwhelm me. When the moment comes, I shall call to my sister, and I will wrest her free from Zeromus. The crater awaits. Woe betide those who bar our way. The lunar subterrane now accessible. It is time. We have no time to waste. The voice end we fell will long ere return. The lingering light illuminates the way to our foe. It will not escape us. We must find Golbez. Let me speak for him, please. There is something I must know. Take heart and protect them well. I will live up to my own words. This I swear. Time for things to come to a head here. Just getting up for a moment while we wait. And it's time for Endwalker's final dungeon. Ooh. Looks like we got Dark Elf here. We have square tiles, so this has got to be something. Who dare trespasses in Lord Grobess's domain? Okay, pretty simple. Watch the channeling and avoid. Nope. There's gotta be an AoE. Yep. And down you go. One void down. Well, dark and mysterious. Find a discarded Memoria crystal, suddenly begins to glow. Your psyche resonates with the Memoria crystal.
Hurry, Golbez! The city is already overrun!
Okay, so yep, now we're in Baron.
First the villages, and now the capital. Nothing is exempt from... How about you? Cowards.
Ooh. This must be what happened right after Zero. After they left Zero. returned to Barret and things were in chaos.
This one is dangerous. Have care, Golbez.
Got some stone pillars sitting around here. Okay. I think I get the gist of this thing. Ah, sinking sand. That. I think I'm good here. Oh, that ain't good. Okay, I think we got it. Okay, a little messy, good, but they got it.
That they command such terrible beasts bodes ill. We've no time to lose. Such destruction. If only we had returned sooner. How about you? dare say we'll be faster if we split up.
Yeah, the Memorias were just basically completely corrupted by their own power. Guys, shows to what degree this actually happened. Now, what is this?
This can't be happening. Not to you. My friend, my hero. I will stop you even should it cost me my life.
Well, I wasn't expecting that.
So be it. I will fight with all my strength.
Old magic. Okay, there we.
Ether to fortify my blade.
Yeah, it's just a double set of multiple AoEs.
Power, light or dark, it matters not. Savagery ill-suits me. You've weaponed before. Let's see how you fare now.
Let's pattern recognition on this one. Beep, 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 beep. Huh. Oh. There's a lot of slashes and an AoE around the middle. Simple enough.
Let's see how you fare now.
Nope, we're done. And we are done with you. Was there truly no other way? He has all but set his soul aflame. It should not have come to this. A bitter victory. Alright, time to move on.
Why? Why you and not me? You were the best of us. A paragon of virtue. I could never hope to be your equal.
I'm just thinking that Golb has gained enough control.
Only the knight I am because of you. Because you believed in me. You would not wish to become a monster, preying upon those who fought to protect. But neither can I bring myself to kill you. So rest my friend, and entrust your legacy to me.
We sealed him in Memoria instead of killing him outright. Nothing but the tragedy of the whole friggin' situation.
You will never die. This I swear. Through me your name shall live on as the hero who saves the world.
But we never left that room.
We've been released from the memory, 'twould seem.
If Golbez was the one sealed in this Memoria, then the one we've been fighting is...
No more than an imposter playing at hero.
Sorry, need just a second here. Okay, sorry about that.
Durante, I presume.
Revelation.
Long since lost to time. History shall remember only Golbez. Come what may, I shall deliver the world its salvation, and I will not suffer you to interfere.
You seek to free all souls from the purgatory of undeath. And to that end, you would invade another world. While I cannot condone your methods, I understand your motive full well. For I'm driven by the same. I too wish to save our world. I too once thought I had to bear the burden by myself. That I had no choice but to walk my path alone.
Character development time.
We may yet strive together towards our shared goal. If you would
If you possessed power which transcended that of Zeromus, then perhaps I would. But you do not. No, you are but another Voidsent like me. And what is a candle before the sun?
Perhaps we aren't all-powerful, and cannot effect great change in an instant. Even so...
Great change is what we need. Aught less has no meaning. Having glimpsed our past, you should understand as well as any. As Golbez, I dedicated myself to ending the Contra Memoria. I fought the corrupted Memoriates and attempted to redeem those twisted by their power. Yet try as I might, I was powerless to make any meaningful change. 'Twas then, when I was floundering in despair, that she appeared. The Ascian Igeom.
Yeah, for those who don't remember, she was the one that we dealt with back in Heaven's Word, who teamed up with La Habrea.
Claiming to know how to excise the source of our woes, she showed me to the moon, where the servant of light abided. 'Twas he and his ilk who had granted men unnatural powers, she said, and now prolonged the war. Believing her every word, I struck him down and caused darkness to engulf the world.
And that was the Watcher. And my guess is that when the Watcher was destroyed, whatever controls that prevent Zodiark's darkness from flooding out lost control. That'd be my guess, anyway.
What? Then it was you who...
As Emmett Selk once told us, the 13th was the Ascians' first attempt at a rejoining, before they fully understood the mechanisms at play. They failed because they sought only to awaken the sundered Zodiark without instigating a calamity in the source. The darkness they unleashed had nowhere else to go.
Yep, so
Having left a ruin of our world, the Ascian fled. I was a fool to trust them, to trust in others. Since that day, I have sought the means to undo my mistake. The world may be beyond saving, but I would at least restore the Great Flow. The dragon was an extraordinary windfall, a veritable font of ether that expedited my endeavors time and again. But it wasn't enough to achieve my objective. Far from it. For an eternity, I had to bide my time. But the day finally came when I acquired the power I sought. The remnants of the Ascians' god sealed within the moon suddenly dispersed into ether.
Yes, when we killed when we beat Zodiark and Fandaniel suicided it.
With that ether, Zeromus could be conceived, and driven by the dragon's longing for home, it shall soon arise to destroy the barrier between worlds. Thus will the way open to the promised land, and the death we have been too long denied. Thus will I, Golbez, bring salvation to all.
So that is all you have left.
Say what you will. You cannot stop Zeromus's awakening.
We're going after him, aren't we?
Aye. That's why we came, after all. And besides... when someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them. In others and yourself. Euless was right about that.
We rarely believe ourselves the villain, but if our ends demands unconscionable sacrifice, what else can we be? Yearning to save the world, only to bring about its unmaking. 'Tis a tragic tale, but it changes nothing. He speaks of salvation, of fulfilling an honored friend's legacy, yet he does not disgrumble discarding others for his ambitions. Sounds like he's driven by guilt and frustration more than anything else. Let us press on. Darkest recess of the moon awaits Golbez and Zeromus. They are resolved to save their world and condemn yours. Are you prepared to brave the dark? Let us proceed. Let's go.
I had hoped to bear witness to the moment our salvation is realized. But nothing must be left to chance. I will stop you here, no matter the cost. As I am, I knew that I would be hard-pressed to fight you on equal terms.
Guess I still did a number on it before.
So I lured you to this place, where the advantage is mine.
Archfiends live?
Impossible. Scarmiglione and Barbariccia were sealed in Memoria. while Cagnezzo and Rubicante died in the source.
You're not wrong. They are not the true archfiends, but shades born of their residual ether.
If they are shades, then their strength will pale in comparison. Even should they fight as one, we may yet prevail.
We'll tend to the archfiends. Go and put an end to Zeromus.
You'll do no such thing.
Go! We'll join you as soon as we can.
Out of my way, Gomez. Here we go!
It is too late. Zeromus will awaken, and it shall devour any who come between it and its desire. Your companion is no exception.
I wouldn't be so sure. Time and again, she has faced insurmountable odds.
But no matter how hopeless things seemed, she's never given up the fight.
So long as she has strength of will to forge on, then so too shall we.
For we believe in her, and she believes in us. And together, our light can pierce blackest darkness.
Worthy vital arc ending stuff. It's really just a brainless monster fueled by Jaya's own desires. The Moromus isn't so much of a thing. It's more just an embodiment of emotions, kind of similar to what he was in 4. Because in 4, Zeromus was basically just the incarnation of hatred of Zemus. And of course my battery would die on my controller right here. Bear with me for just a second. Always happens during the most dramatic moments, I swear. Hello. It is your true form. Release has Jaya. Here we go. There's the music. We're here. The abyssal fracture now accessible. It's time. Here we go. Yeah, this is slapping. It's really good. Sensational vessel, Ceramus. See if I remember from the live letter. Yeah. After this, I don't know what happens next, since that's all we saw in the live letter was this. Ow, ow. I kind of missed that. Big bang. That was Zeromus's big move in the original game. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a mess. It's sad in extreme. There we go. Now we're back to the original room. Yeah, I got nothing for that. Oh, I don't think it actually matters. So it reduces everything to 1 anyway. That'll help there, though. Okay, there's this one again. Gotta watch the pattern. Oh, he's going berserk. Yeah, I did switch to the Red Wings theme. And it is over, Ceramus. Ooh. You can see the moon. Not a good thing. The question is, what is the aftermath of all this? Probably not good things. We'll see. Time for the vital team up here.
Are you all right?
Well enough. Still very much weakened at this point. But probably not weakened enough. Oh, hi, Golbez. You're helping here?
Like all Void Sent, Zeromus cannot be killed. Sealing it in Memoria is the only way.
What a time for an Echo Vision. It's been a while since we've had one, to be now I think about it.
That it should come to this. I failed my dear friend. Fell fell for the Ascient's ploy and unleashed the darkness. And after an eternity of waiting, I find myself on my knees. How disappointed must you be in me, in the foolishness and futility of it all. No, I will not let it be for naught. I will not allow you to pass. I will triumph in my crusade.
There is no triumph to be found in this madness. Even if the veil were to be unraveled, it would not undo what darkness has done to the world. Nor would it bring Golbez back. From his slumber, you know there is no return. You're weak and imperfect. You know it in your heart. In spite of this, do you truly believe that you can save everyone? Are you sure you will not fail?
Good question in that regards.
I'm no better. Weak and imperfect and plagued by doubt. Which is why I need friends to walk beside me.
Light? But how?
This is proof that I believe in others, and they in turn believe in me. A light that illuminates the way in darkest despair. Be it in a ruined city locked in ice, or a world drowning in light. It was with faith in one another that life endured. I see it clearly now.
Really, it's all coming back to kind of Endwalker's general theme, and for the most part here.
You think we are capable of the same?
It won't be easy. Having lived too long as Voidsent, we've forgotten how to trust. But one thing is certain. If Zeromus succeeds and everyone dies, we'll never have the chance to try. You asked me to join hands with you once, and I refused. I cannot take back that mistake, but I can extend to you the same offer. We can be better than we have been.
Remember now?
Of course. You were the Memoriat we met all those years ago. Yes, I remember now. We hoped you would join us in our quest to end the Contra Memoria. But you rejected us outright. It left both of us discouraged. Golbez most of all. If we could but overcome the fear that has shaped and divided us, we could change everything. Even in the midst of that terrible war, he never stopped believing in others. Not even at the end.
You're Golbez now. If you would live up to his name, then you must trust in people as he did.
I cannot forgive what you have done to my sister, but she may yet be saved. If you can help us see her safely home and protect the source, then...
As Zero's friends, we should gladly share what knowledge we have to help you restore the Void.
You truly believe the world of old can be ours again?
I do. So long as we work together. We will disperse Zeromus's essence once more. The instant we do, you must call to Ajda.
Understood.
Oh, the weapon busted.
The suffocating darkness, like that of the rift. Impenetrable, disorienting, untethered, and drifting further away.
Be strong, Zero. Don't give up. Hold fast to yourself. Look to the light within.
Your place isn't alone in the dark, Zero. Not anymore.
You can do it, Zero.
Of course. With this power from beyond the rift, I can do it. I can save every...
And Paladin 0. So is Zero or Cecil analog then?
If you would make amends, then lend me your strength.
Ashdaya! Hear my voice and return to me!
Have care. Zeromus makes to resurrect.
Not if I have anything to say about it. No more, fiend!
And the darkness has been sealed. That'll be the end of Zeromus and Zodiark's Ether.
You're safe now, Ashdaya. You're safe. To my sister, I shall offer up the eye in this vessel. We, dragons, bring forth progeny with our very life force. That which my eye harbors should be enough to grant her corporeal form. Of course, this means I shall no longer have control over this vessel. I must ask you escort Ashdaya to the surface in my stead.
We came to bring her home, and we'll do just that. You have my word.
Also means that Verjand is basically going to go away because he won't be able to be used anymore.
Thank you.
Which is kind of what I expected. I considered that Vitra would be pretty much leaving the plot at this point anyway, so...
At long last, we shall be together again.
Starts off as a child again.
Where are you going?
Our world may yet be restored. I thought it an impossible dream once, but having witnessed your miracles, I cannot help but believe. Nevertheless, I am the villain who wrought this tragedy, and in my misguided crusade, I compounded my sins. My place is not at your side.
Regardless of how you may feel, by lending me your strength, you've made amends. You've earned a new beginning. It's up to you what we become to one another. What we couldn't do yesterday, we might still do today. Working together. And should we want for strength, we need only rally more like-minded souls to our cause. So let's take the first step. The two of us.
I seen Verdant safely to Vitra. Many would be heartbroken if their little brother failed to return home. That Asgias lives is a miracle made possible by the unique nature of the void. Ah yes, the Aether transmitters. I shall leave with 0. They'll be more useful in the 13th than in the source. Never did I imagine that the light I bore could bring about such change. As our domains are shaped by our innermost desires, perhaps this is a reflection of the hope that had quickened in my heart. You came to the 13th to rescue Asgias and to protect your world. Our meeting was happenstance. Our association won a mutual convenience. Yet you have always treated me with kindness and as a friend, and through your friendship I found a new beginning. I am forever in your debt. It should come as no surprise, Golbez has a means to travel between the moon and the star, which we may avail ourselves shortly. Reunited at last. Vitra is overjoyed to be reunited with his sister. Her life must start anew, but
words cannot well express my relief that we could rescue my sister, nor my gratitude to all of you. What of him, Golbez?
He felt it would be inappropriate for him to be present at your reunion with Ashdaya, and chose to remain down in the chasm. If you wish to hear an apology, however, I should be glad to drag him here.
Nay, that shall not be necessary. By his deeds hath he demonstrated his contrition.
So, what will you do now?
I've learned much, journeying together with you. Experienced things I could never have experienced alone. Together with Golbez, I hope to do the same as we labor to restore the 13th.
Then I suppose it's farewell for now.
Be sure to share with Golbez what you've learned of the Source and its reflections, as well as the true nature of light and dark. He is as resourceful as he is determined, and will surely make the very most of the insights.
Indeed. Once we've gained a better understanding of the situation, I hope we can rely on your counsel.
But of course, I too shall continue probing new possibilities, the better to be of aid when the time comes. Ah, speaking of which... From ocean rise and cloud bank form, from mountain spring and rainfall,
Oh, God.
from river flow and life be born. Come forth, my servant.
You fix the incantation, I guess?
I revised the incantation, which is not to say you know how it went before. Are we clear?
Yeah, yes. we get it.
Nidana provided me with spare warding scales, which apparently provide greater protection than before. This should keep the familiar safe. So long as you give the Nixie ether from time to time, it will persist and serve as a beacon for us to find you.
Already we find ourselves with a new ally. Thank you. When you have the chance, please thank everyone for me. Those in Razatan, Garlemald, Sharlayan. The First and on the Moon. A lengthy list. A gift for Reen, in return for the light she helped me harness. It's the Memoria holding Zeromus. If used to augment darkness in the First, it may help to create balance between our worlds.
An excellent idea. Similarly, why not entrust the Archfiend's Memoria to Zero?
In that case, I shall pass them on to Golbez, to inspire and admonish him in equal measure.
You should know about Unikave and Sylvia.
What? There are others from our world who seek to restore it. Then please tell them this. Though we are worlds apart, in our shared objective, we walk as one.
Sad though it is to say farewell, 'tis past time we returned home. Pray, climb upon my back.
Till we meet again. No matter where we are, or how much time passes, our bond will endure. This I believe.
Zero exit stage right. Well, at least she survived, so... I think this all began with a simple treasure hunt. Gods, I could sleep for a week. Iranje and the Lopreds are commended for ensuring the seal held fast. A pity that there was no need to employ our combat supporters. Still, everyone is safe and that's all that matters. We've awaited your return with bated breath. It should be apparent not of note occurred in your absence. Oh, welcome back, everyone. While you were away, a rent in the fabric of reality suddenly appeared. Through it, we could observe you lock in furious battle with Zeramus. But by the time it closed up, we had seen your victory. Well done, by the way. But we couldn't breathe easy until we certain you were safe and sound. And here you are, thank heavens. I dare say Isaiah is safe and Zero? In a word, yes. Though we could not return Asdaya to her original form, Vitra's granted her a new vessel using one of his eyes. Her circumstances are unique, but nevertheless gives me hope there might be a way to save other Voidsend. As for Zero, she has chosen to remain in her world to do what she can to restore it. So the light of hope shines again amidst the darkness. Hers is an admirable dream, and I pray that she hops and skips her way to making it a reality. Perhaps research into the environments capable of supporting life would be in use in the 13th. Oh, that is a thought. The day may come when the people of the Source and the 13 work hand in hand. In anticipation of this, we must accumulate even more useful technology. We must inform Jamming Way as well. I spy an opportunity for last dregs to expand into the void. But don't let us detain you for our cavalcade of brilliant ideas. We'll see that the gate is closed and the seal deactivated. So go home and get some rest. That includes you, Iranje. As thou's command, pray convey our gratitude to the Watcher for his timely assistance. Foreseeing that Vitra is ready to depart, come, let us descend to the Tower of Babel. Upon our arrival in Garlemald, it would be to inform Julius of our mission's outcome. Let us seek him in the Turium. I suppose we have to rename our Voidsend Slaughterbots now. A shame. The name just rolled off the tongue, doesn't it? Still, it was a joy to be of aid to the people of Theros again. Wouldn't be grand if we'd make it possible for people to spend time in the void follow protection talismans. Off back to Garlemald to conclude. It's sad this isn't even the end of the story yet because there's still a few there's still, because the name isn't the end either.
Oh, it's you again. Is everything all right?
So you were able to rescue Ashdaya. Thank the 12.
Channeling light from the first was rather ingenious. It may fall short of cross-rift travel, but it's still an impressive achievement in my book.
You're too kind. Suffice it to say, though, that I don't intend to rest on these laurels. There's always more to be done.
Zero stayed in the void, did she? Well, if I had known it would come to that, I would have said a proper farewell.
Zero took your words to heart.
Really? I don't remember saying anything profound. Still, I'm glad that she got something out of her time here. As the days roll on, things will change for the both of us, but some things will remain as they are. As far as I'm concerned, Zero will always be a friend and comrade, and I will never forget her.
If she's working tirelessly to restore the 13th, it wouldn't do to be outdone here. When next Zero visits, we must see to it that you have a shiny new Garlemald to show her.
Indeed. And speaking of rebuilding, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you and Alphino. Word has spread of our dealings with Razat Han, and people are excited by the prospect of standing on our own 2 feet again. Naturally, it won't be straightforward. It never is. But on the whole, I have a good feeling about things.
In other words, it may be time for us to limit our involvement. That Garleans might take the lead? I can see the sense in that.
No, that's not what I meant at all. Seeing as things are going well, we want you to take a rest. A proper rest. That's what I wanted to say on everyone's behalf.
Smooth, Julius, smooth.
You've done so much for us already. Toiled beside us in the cold for far longer than anyone could ask. You've earned a reprieve 100 times over. So go on. Step away from here and head wherever you like. But if it were me, I'd choose somewhere warm.
And this is where those two return to the main cast.
I was thinking of taking a break anyway.
Oh, Alizé. We know better.
Far be it from us to go against such a heartfelt request. Though I would be lying were I to say matters here wouldn't weigh on our minds.
We could take a leaf out of Zero's book and roam about for a while. Maybe visit nations who share little history with Garlemald. Look for opportunities to foster future relations. We might learn something of recent foreign affairs that has escaped our notice.
As an independent party, we would be well suited to the task. An excellent idea, Alice.
Well, that hardly sounds like a rest at all.
To us, it is the best kind of rest. Stimulating and...
If it's settled, then let's return to Charlian and consider our options. What about the rest of you? Do you have any plans?
We're indebted to Lord Fortuneau and his colleagues for their cooperation. 'Twould be meet to report on the outcome of our mission.
Then it seems we are all bound for Charlian. Upon arriving, let us seek out Atheles at the Rostra and have her notify Father.
Return to Charlian. I've been away for far too long. It'll be nice to stay a while, if only to set father and mother's mind at ease. Father has many demands on his time, but I hope he can spare us a moment. I've lost count of how many times I've come here, but apparent enough that the immigration office officials no longer interrogate me. Small blessings, eh? Without further ado, let us tend to business. I cannot overstate how invaluable Lord Osserant's cooperation was. We must thank him profusely. Wait, aren't you the Scions of the Seven Dawn, or rather, I understand you were disbanded? This and this, and that and that. Audience with Lord Fauchenant? You are in luck. The forum is just this moment adjourned. He is still inside with the scholar end. Let me inform them of your presence. Apologies to keep you waiting. I trust you won't object to the Skull Arch. I hate these names. Monty Charlin is also attended. My incorrigible Chirlin, were you not assisting with Garlemald's reconstruction? Our hosts were most insistent that we take a rest, so here we are. But more important, Kari has news that she wishes to share with you. Void, 13th, 0, yada yada yada. So the threat is past. These are glad tidings indeed. Harnessing the light of the first, a technological triumph that could have ended in catastrophic failure. But let us not dwell on hypotheticals. Like the Aether from the island of Ham, you employed the light for peaceful, unanticipated purposes. Knowledge exists to serve the greater good, as my father was fond of saying. I'm inclined to agree in this instance. It's been established that the world-ending crisis and the reflections are connected to the calamities in the source. As such, the strives you made to understanding the nature of and the effecting of change in the reflection may one day prove vital for mankind's preservation. The Forum would be eager to review your accounts thoroughly, for every drop of water serves to swell the great river of knowledge. Might we prevail upon you to prepare a comprehensive report, Yusola, on subjects of Void and Crossrift travel both? It would be my pleasure. We will gladly share these tidings with those who have aided you. Colonel Dankon, not the least of all. Now, if you excuse us, we must be on our way. I should be glad to speak with you both later. I heard correctly. It seems you saved the world yet again. I look forward to telling Father of our efforts in Garlemald. He will have Sage cancel offer, I'm sure. Of course you're welcome at our home. Mother, for one, would be thrilled to have you, but I won't twist your arm if you have other matters to attend to. If I didn't know better, I'd say Father dearest is warming to us. I have no interest in sipping tea at the family estate, though. Drinks at the tavern, on the other hand. Although Master Louis has left us, he liveth on in his teachings. 'Tis gratifying to see Master Fulteron, too, coming to have acknowledged the wisdom in them. Growing light. Yustola has the look of a woman satisfied with her work. With that, our obligations here are concluded. Actually, approaching the end of the main scenario story here. Going pretty good, though. Oh, Nadia, have it news from Thavnir? They have returned, then. Wonderful. Rest assured, all is well with us, too. Is that so? We would be honored, of course. I shall relay this to the others. A grand feast shall be held in Razahan to celebrate Asjaya's homecoming. We have all been invited. I'm afraid my sister and I must decline. We have only just returned home. To leave again would be inconsiderate to our parents. I regret must excuse myself from attendance. A prior commitment requires I remain in Charlian for a time. Let not our absence deter you, however. Pray enjoy yourself to the fullest. I have no plans in particular, so you can count me in. I might as well visit the Radiant Host while I'm there. How about you, Kari? I have a delivery to make to the first. Aye, of course, the Memoria Crystal. 'Twould be remiss of us to not deliver it promptly to our friends. Also, if they are to transfer light and dark between worlds, they will need command over the Crystal Tower. In that case, I shall give you my spirit vessel to take again. When you arrive in the Crystarium, the sentry at the tower should be able to round everyone up for you. Once you have seen matters there, come join us the Megaduka. I hate these words. I can't pronounce them. Give everyone our regards, you hear? Okay. Going back to the first one more time here. Need to close the general chat window now that I'm back in spoiler mode here. You guys can't see it, but I can. Welcome back, madam. Mistress Reen is still in the ocular. Will you be joining her? Very good. If you would care to head inside, I shall send for Captain Lena and Beglog at once.
Ah, yes. The king has already shared what they glimpsed in the source. The day is won, and the danger past. Hearing the tidings lifted a great weight from my shoulders. Never before had I taken on such a monumental request.
Small though it was, we are glad to have played a role in saving the Exarch's home. And yours. Furthermore, the endeavor served to reaffirm the bond between the peoples of Norvrant. Nurturing this bond, we will strive to be an example for the world Zero aspires to restore.
Is that a Memoria crystal? I can feel it. The tremendous darkness within.
Zero miss, blah, 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 blah.
Using darkness from the void to restore balance to this world. If such a thing could be done.
Well, well. Though night has returned to our world, darkness cannot arise of its own accord, much less in abundance. But if it could be brought here, in like manner to how we channeled light to the void, it may well be possible to restore the empty in its entirety. Do you still have that spirit vessel with you? If so, I beg you loan it to me for a time. I would use it to investigate a way to have the tower receive rather than send energy.
Of course.
Thank you. I shall commence my work at once, in concert with Unu Kalhai, and rigorously explore the possibility.
I too need to explore new possibilities for my powers. My recent experience at Nabatha Reng has taught me that. To that end, I will set aside botany for a time, and focus instead on myself. Knowing Zero is out there, doing her utmost to restore her own world, it inspires me to redouble my efforts.
There you are.
Oh, hello, Gaia. Who expected to see you here in voice, too?
Waited and waited, but you never came. What have you been doing here?
Gaia!
Oh. Do I know you?
This is a character from a raid, which is usually side story, so it's unusual to have characters like this pop up in the main scenario, but they said there'd be a bit of a branching path on this one, so... Don't tell me you've lost your memory again.
Oh, I'm just teasing. I wouldn't forget you in a hurry. I'm still keeping my diary, adding new memories to it every day.
Not only that, Gaia's writing a story too. I can't wait for it to become a book.
Enough about that. What were you talking about?
This and this, that and that.
Harnessing darkness from the void. Now there's an idea. Of course, if you're dealing with darkness, Reen alone won't cut it. Next time, call on me as well, alright?
Come to speak with Reen, have you? Don't keep her for too long. I was planning a trip to Ilmeg, but knowing how devious the Fey folk can be, I asked her to join me. Wouldn't mind visit Amarot someday. It's been on my mind as of late, and it would be interesting to see where those two lived in the time of the ancients, if only once. For so long I was loath to trust in others, fearful of my research being misused again, and that it may serve to noble ends come as a relief. I shall spare no effort to restore the balance between light and dark. If I had Gaia's help, maybe if I could take the darkness the same way Zero took in the light. It was a mighty struggle, but I had faith that you would be victorious in the end. And I have no doubt the people of Norvrant will cheer when they've learned that the Warrior of Darkness has managed to save her home. I know you are a busy woman, so do not let us keep you. Rest assured, we will continue the work we've begun. Okay, time to head back to Razahan and probably conclude this chapter. And of course it's raining. Why is every important cutscene I ever participate always when it's raining? Oh well, I think this is going to be taking place inside, so I guess it doesn't matter as much. Only the third time this entire chapter. Mistress Azirasil, you honor us with your presence. Though I am but a humble servant, I offer you my heartfelt thanks for rescuing the satrap's beloved sister. But without further ado, the great feast is to commence. This joyous occasion is about to begin. The venue is Mithrain's Metham, and you are the guest of honor. Guy's still drinking.
It cannot be.
He's had a little too much to drink, it looks like.
Oh, Vashan, my darling little brother. To think that I will never see you again.
The way you carry on, anyone would think he was actually your brother. Save your tears now. His Excellency still has one of his eyes, and he has made it clear he intends to continue using his vessel.
Wonder how that kind of works, though. If he uses his other eye, does that affect his body somehow? Then again, Nidhogg was able to operate without both of his eyes.
Personally, I prefer the adult vessel. It cuts a gallant figure, and his superior
Bah. I don't care about such things.
Calm down.
Little brother. Little.
Sisters, give me strength.
'Tis a fine thing being so loved.
They drunk themselves into a stupor. A little error.
Had enough of the revelry, have you?
So, what's next for our hero? No need to decide just yet. You'll recall our escapades in the Void began with a treasure map I paid entirely too much gil for. You can't force an adventure. It'll happen when it happens. And you'll know when the time is right. Till then, it's good to lend an ear to others and their tales. And speaking of others...
Discussing each other's plans, are we? Alas, I have nothing exciting to share. I foresee an extended confinement in my Sharlayan chambers, compiling my theories on cross-rift travel. My research may be classified, prohibited by the powers that be. But so long as a bond exists between people, ever shall our worlds be connected. As it stands, a means to travel to the First is within reach, and I would be satisfied even should my research not exist in an official capacity. And what of you, Estinian? Have you any plans?
And he's gone.
He never was one to stay put for long, though I've no doubt he will make himself known when needed.
"'Twas a lively feast, was it not? And impressed upon me how dear Virtra is to his people. Well, as much as I'd like to linger, it is past time I took my leave. If you mean to depart as well, I suggest you call on Virtra before setting out. And before I forget, thank you. For everything we've learned and for everything we've accomplished, I couldn't be any more grateful. Till next time, take care." Okay, time to head back, and it looks like we're going to end part 1 here. As part 2 of the story doesn't come out till January, so... which will be the introduction into the next expansion. But as far as this story is concerned, this is coming to an end. Kari, I hope you enjoyed the festivities. I was able to celebrate Estaya's return with everyone was moving beyond words. Lest you wonder, I have chosen this vessel for now, better to escort my sister about Razahan. This leaves my true form without an eye, but I do not anticipate having a need of it in the immediate future. For long I have dreamed of showing Estaya my beautiful city, a glistening jewel born of unity, and I shall relish every moment of it. Now then, I believe you're still in this city and have embarked on the respective journeys, but you yourself have business elsewhere. If not, you are welcome to remain here as long as you like. Should aught of import arise, we will inform you, but until that day, I bid you take your ease. Meanwhile, an old Sharlayan.
Everything appears to be in order. Oh, finished at last. So time-consuming.
How nice would it be to have a mammoth to handle such tasks? Now then, let's have a look at you. Quite old, this letter. We'll need to store it carefully. Addressed to Grandfather, and come all the way from Tuliolal, from a Gulu... someone. Oh, the ink's too faded. Hardly anything is legible. Come on, give me something. A commission to investigate the Golden City in Tural.
And there's our expansion drop.
How odd. No one ever mentioned such a commission, nor have I seen any records. Something else in here. What an unusual earring. How does it relate to the petition, I wonder? Oh, did you go there, Grandfather? To the Golden City in Tural?
What do we have here? Somebody's pulling into Charlian. Oh. Hello, Aaronville.
Back again already, after making a show of leaving.
The question is, why are you back already?
Well, this is it, Charlian. Quite a far cry from Tuliolal, yes?
Oh, we got somebody from the New World.
Come, let's go and find your candidate. Our adventurer friend.
I mean, to look for us. But not revealing them yet. Let moonlight kiss the darkened shores as seaward drifts our gaze once more. And that is it for part 1 of Growing Light. As I said, part 2 isn't coming till January, so this is where the main story ends for now. And all in all, I liked it. I enjoyed seeing how Zero's story ended, even though she's exited the story. I think she exited the story on a high note. And also put her into a position where she could be used again in the future if the story decides to do so. Which is always good in my view, rather than killing them off in some overly dramatic fashion. But, so with this, and to kind of get the point across, this was always going to be filler. This was never going to carry over into the next expansion. So it kind of finished off on a solid note, so that we can proceed into part 2 and head straight into the Dawn Trail stuff without needing to worry too much about what happened before. Which was, I felt like, was kind of the developer's goal by having this story be kind of its own isolated thing. Sorry, Cat is being annoying in the background, as her tendency is. There is one set of NPCs I want to check with before we move on to the second part of this stream. Gonna head back to the first, because there's a couple of NPCs that are part of a story also centered on the Void. And generally throughout this, they've had different dialogue once the story is concluded, basically. So I'll say what they have to say in regards to all this, because they're stuck behind the role quest from Shadowbringers, which kind of prevents them from ever being part of the main scenario, because it requires somebody to level like 4 jobs in order to be through the whole thing, so they will never make it required. So instead, they kind of sit in the background. But sometimes their dialogue changes depending on what's going on in the story, particularly when it involves the Void. Zero Miss. He was a great hero of Eld, beloved by all. Never did I imagine his name would live again after 10,000 years. Fitting that another who bears it might aid us, even if it's only by the means of a Memoria crystal. That it should be wielded by the Zero is assuring and encouraging. To know more that we're not alone in our endeavor makes our work here in the First all that important. Speaking of which, I recently spoke to your comrade returning from the Empty. Only Urianger could have come to a solution as genius as primal summoning. Reen and Guy are quite the formal pair, aren't they? Skilled combatants gifted with the command over light and dark. Were their strength not crucial to the first restoration, I would ask them to join us when we return to the 13th. At loose ends, are you? Well, you're welcome to Lloyd here if you intend to spend some coin while you're at it. Not to mention the business that you've brought in mind. The hunters are here even more so now that they're working together, and their accounts never go unsettled for long. Pain in the ass to serve, of course, but maybe next time I'll drop your name next time I need them to behave. Still, it's nice to feel like something grand is in motion again. Perhaps Arbor is still rubbing off on me more than I anticipated. I too know the string of the Asian's deceptions. It is well known that this Golbez now strives to make amends for his transgressions. As for your friend Zero, I struggle to believe that she's not only journeyed here to the First, but was able to take the light into herself. That one might be such strength of spirit beggars belief. That's not to say Ilikane and I are not capable in our own right. In fact, I believe it may be soon time to put our plans in motion and return home to the 13th. Okay. Okay, so before we proceed into the latter half of this stream, which will be the conclusion to Myths of the Realm, the 24-man raid, which means it's time for Reaper mode. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and take a short break since I've been going for over 2 hours here. And I do want to try to at least get through Myths of the Realm, so I don't want to completely drain myself this quickly, so gonna take like a 10 or 15 minute break and then we'll continue on. Thank you for sticking with me this far, and we'll be right back. Alright, we are back. And we're gonna go ahead and proceed to the last major thing we're gonna do today. And that's gonna be the conclusion of the 24-man raid series for this expansion, Myths of the Realm. When we left this storyline back in patch 6.3, we had discovered not only the true nature of some of the aspects of the 12, but also learned that there was actually a 13th involved, which initially is believed to maybe be the Watcher on the moon. So we're going to go ahead and pick things up. Now it's my turn to be Reaper. So let's go ahead and get this going here. Oh, Derek. Art of the Myth. Derek awaits word from Kryl. Oh, Kari, 'tis good to come, but I'm afraid there's still no word from Kryl or Grahatia. They're working as fast as they can to compile our findings of our investigation, I shouldn't doubt. But between the Phantom Realm's etheric data and the monument's ithograph, they have much and more to review. Now, while we wait on developments, I have a mind to pay Bogim in a visit in the Ophelios. If you aren't otherwise occupied, you should come too. Off we go. This only has 2 quests, so they're probably going to cover a lot in a very limited amount of time, so. Okay. Genus has become somewhat of a fixture here. So focused she is on her work, she often neglects to take substance. I pray her health doesn't suffer. Oh, if it isn't Kari and Derek. I know Kryl or Raha, I see. Unfortunately, speaking of whom, would you not prefer to be with them and Charlie? And you're a researcher too, after all. I find myself much more effective in the field. Being here gives me the inspiration, you see, and as of late I've been mulling over the opening words of the epigraph. As beings who are endured by the will of the star, we are susceptible to the influence of hopes and prayers, and thus we commit our yokes herein, lest we stray from our purpose. The suggestions that fate has shaped the nature of the 12 paints a truly intriguing picture. The truth be told, I was hoping I might speak with the gods again. But they haven't graced us since the time we solved the mystery of the monument. They only do so on exceptional occasions, it seems. But be that as may, I believe there might be another way to see them. When we journey with the gods, Ismaya told me that each of them wants to speak with you in private, you, Kari. If you were to call them from their heavens, I have a feeling they will answer. So will you give it a try, and afterwards will you let us know what they say? I, for one, see no harm in it. But if you are disinclined, don't feel pressured. It's entirely your decision. I've dealt with more fair gods at this point, so why not? I have an opportunity to speak with the 12 whom you've encountered thus far. To do so, call them before the entrance to their respective heavens. You may advance this quest at any time by speaking with Derek in the Olympium. Okay, so it's actually optional. Ah, Kari, pleased as I am that you are to seek me out. I had wished to speak with you. It does me well to see that you've been dedicating yourself to crafting. In my capacity as the builder, I have watched you progress upon this path with keen interest. The act of crafting embodies the spirit of improvement and advancement. It is my hope that you will strive ever forward and seize that which you most desire with your own hands. Rhaegar. Well, if it isn't the dauntless Kari, full glad am I that you would call us thus to me, your patron. When you and yours investigated the origin of the Fist of Rhaegar, you posed some interesting theories. The connection between myself and the Sylph's divinity, and perhaps you did well to draw that conclusion. There is a connection between him and Ramu. Your inquisitive minds have taken you far, child and man, and they will take you further still. See what they have to say here. I can't ignore this, even though it's optional. Ah, Kari, at last you've come. I was right to entrust your zealous scholar companion with the message. Ever since our first meeting, I knew I must simply see you again. There's something familiar about you. You awaken forgotten feelings in me. Feelings I once smothered like embers amongst the ashes. Perhaps you resemble somebody I knew long ago, yet for whatever the reason, your presence gives me comfort and more. May your light burn ever bright. Probably due to our connection to a Zem in the ancient world. Kari, we bid you welcome. Know that though we appear to be two beings, a dual-aspect divinity, 'twas not always so. Man's hopes harbor power, and 'twas his faith, offered over millennia, that shaped us into our present form. In answer to your faith, we the traitors shall watch over mankind as he who strives for that which he desires. Mimi appears here even though we haven't been to the water of heaven yet because of the way they split it up last time. Why, if it isn't Kari, you wish to speak, do you? Tell me, have you ever met an elemental? Many hold that they were born of me, and as I mentioned, they are the voice of those who abide in the 12 Woods. At the time, they may seem excessive in their actions, but it is out of an abundance of love. Pray be good to them and heed their warnings. Let's see, but... Kari, is it? I must say, there's something to be said about being summoned by a mortal. The life of man is but a drop in the great river of time, thus you and yours ought to rush ahead, not wasting a single moment. Be as that may, certain sights will only come into view if one stops to look. So be not afraid to pass the time in ways which at first may not seem fruitful. Should you dare to do so, you may very well be visited by an eye-opening experience, such as the richness of time. This lesson I learned in another life from an unexpected visitor. Because this character and his sister were actually, if the theory, and this is just adding on to that theory, was with a character that you assisted back in Elpis in the time travel thing. Why, if it isn't my dear Kari, how good of you to call me. I'm sorry if I gave you a shock by joining my brother in battle, but I couldn't help myself. We've always done everything together, he and I. Such a joy as it was to face you and yours. You displayed the self-same determination and allowed you to defy fate. And it was one surprise after another. I can't help but I wonder. I spoke similar words long ago, was it? I wonder. Yeah, that's just another reference to the quest I was just talking about. Actually, before we do the last two, I need a second. Okay, there we go. Let's bring forth Helone and see what she has to say. How bold you are to summon me, Kari. 'Tis no less I expect from you. Recognition of your valor and deeds, I offer a word of counsel. Well do I know the power of men's hopes, a mortal fate. There is no faith that I reject. Yet in every age there are those who invoke the name of the divine for their own ends. Be not misled by them. Yeah, Helone would probably know that better than any of them, given the situation in Ishgard back in Heavensward, so... Alright, Menfieldia, lover, what do you have to say? Oh, Kari, what a delightful surprise you wished to see me, did you? I'm truly grateful that we can talk like this. As you know, I'm the goddess of love, yet that doesn't mean I have the monopoly on love. For instance, my brethren love mankind with all their hearts just like me. And whether Oshan is my beloved as mortals believe, I have more than enough of room for my heart for everyone, be it men or gods. I love you all alike. Need to say I love my adorable Dalamud too, whom you and yours gifted to me. Okay. Now that I've had my chit-chat with the gods, I can go back over to Derek. And continue on. Spoken to your satisfaction, have you? Then let us await Kryl and Gratia together. Yep. Still no sight of them. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. As an adventurer, you are better traveled than most. Of all the places you've been, what kind do you like the best? Faraway lands where new encounters await. Yes, I can imagine you being given to such. The thrill of visiting unknown places is something I can understand. I myself am partial to wandering Eorzea, so rich in ether, this land, and possessive of so many aspects. It was when I was traveling the 12 Woods I encountered this fellow. I do not know how he came to be injured and alone, but I couldn't turn a blind eye. He has long since recovered, and I probably should have returned him to his forest home. But when I see him here, undaunted in the presence of gods, I can't help if it was a twist of fate that he delivered him unto me. Still, the day will come when we must go our separate ways. We're finally here, everyone! Welcome back. How fares your work? It took longer than we anticipated, but we managed to combine our filings and thus deliberated a course of action. Indeed, hereon, we would do well to tread with caution. The waveforms we recorded with the etheric analyzer revealed an unsettling occurrence. In the course of fighting us, the gods expended a tremendous amount of ether, so much as to dilute their very essence. Lest you worry, you've done no wrong, Kari. The gods themselves wish to fight, after all. That being said, we should probably avoid engaging in further battles until we learn what their true objective is. To that end, we seek out the 13th unnamed being, whose duty is to watch unflinching. If Raha is correct, we have to believe the being otherwise is said to be the Watcher on the moon. You will please to know I have acquired permission to use the Tower of Babel from the Ilsabar contingency, who oversees the structure with the Garlean people's leave. We're really going there? To the moon? Huzzah! I wonder what the Watcher is like. If there's no other matters, then let us set forth at once. If you wish to speak with the gods, best seek them out now. They may not be there later. Okay. Off to the moon. Greetings, Heidelin's champion. You are ever welcome here, as are your companions. It is a pleasure to meet you, Watcher. We hoped that you would answer some questions for us. Questions about Heidelin. We've deciphered the monument, the heart of the Phantom Realm. In addition to the names and duties of the 12, it speaks of one who is unnamed who continues to watch unflinchingly. Are we correct in assuming that individual is you? The 12 have existed for eons, and if you know aught about them, would you not share your knowledge with us? They have a desire they claim that can only be filled by battle with mankind, and we wish to understand what that is. Please. So man has managed to come this far. Very well, you've earned the right to know. Remember, however, that I am but a creation, and though I have been imbued with some memories of the past, they are far from complete. First of all, I am indeed the unnamed being the monument describes. An entity created by Hydaelyn to serve a purpose alongside the 12. Together, they were charged with preserving equilibrium on a sundered and unstable star. Like myself, they were given shape from people who once existed. Like myself, they believed the world should be entrusted to the new life that had emerged. While I do not possess detailed memories of the time, Venat selected those she deemed best suited to their respective duties. That would explain why the 12 appear to have personalities like mortals. The men and women they were once influenced, their personalities, yes, but so too did the fate of mortals. Knowingly or no, when men pray, they will their object of their worship to assume a form that can better grant them their heart's desires. In this manner, the 12 have been shaped over the eons into images that fit men's ideals. So you were right, Raha. Hopes and prayers have the power to influence the gods. Yet, even as they thus changed at Venat's behalf, they would have refrained from interfering in mortal affairs. As a result, there will have been times when they acted in ways that are contrary to your expectations. But now Hydaelyn is no more, and the final days averted, the 12 have arrived at a decision regarding their fate all their own. 'Tis not for me to reveal the truth of their desires. I can, however, guarantee that is not to visit harm on mankind, nay, far from it. Well, I, for one, never felt that gods meant us ill, but having your guarantee as well, couldn't possibly doubt them anymore. Most assuring to confirm the connection between you and the 12. With us, we may proceed with our quest with easier hearts. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. We shall return to the Helium and continue engaging with your brethren. That is well. As I watch on, I will pray that the tale comes to a happy conclusion for gods and men alike. May your journey be fulfilling. Does make me curious on who the 13th boss is going to be then. Unless the Watcher has another form, and this form we see him in isn't actually what he really looks like or whatever, but Maybe just so... Or maybe he ended up this way because they didn't want him taking a form based on mortal desires either. I would explain why he's left unknown, but... Only one way to find out. I'm gonna go beat up on some more stuff. Because that's our solution to everything. Something's amiss. The gods' avatars are nowhere to be seen. That's because our preparations are complete. There's the heaven of water and the heaven of wind. And there they are. I've waited so bloody long for this moment. Tisk tisk, Lamine. Such uncouth words are the first you speak unto our guests. Oh, leave it. Thank all. You can't tell me you're not as excited as I am. I would be first to admit my joy, but on a momentous occasion I would act with due propriety. Well met, children of man. 'Tis our understanding that you've spoken with the Watcher and asserted our true nature. Indeed, we were created by Hydaelyn to tend to the star. Having built the Ophelia at its heart, our sanctum throughout the aether-rich Eorzea, we have labored to prepare the balance of reality. All this we've learned, but there's one thing we still do not understand. Our analyst of the Phantom Realm reveals that you and yours delude yourselves, your very selves, by fighting us. Would this not impede your ability to carry out your duties? We appreciate your concern, but you do not need to worry. Everybody kind of saw this coming, but yeah, they just... I knew it. You were him all along. Likewise, I knew you harbored a suspicion as to my true identity. While my brethren use various creatures as their avatar, I chose the form of a man to better share in your solitude. And it fell to me. The Wanderer, to beckon upon the Olivial, they could grant our wish. What? How could you hide such a thing from us? Had you known my true identity and our purpose, we fear that you would have refused to fight us. But our fears were unfounded. You heeded our request and despite the hardships, endeavored to grant it. Forgive me, Kari, but I must leave the little fellow in your care. In the innermost of our realm, we shall reveal the truth in its entirety. I await your coming with bated breath. This is our grandest moment, mortal. Grind your loins and have at us. I shall receive you with my all, be a raging torrent, child of man. I think it's finally time. Okie dokie. I don't blame Derek for hiding the truth. It is no easy thing to say that you're actually a god. In his wanderings, I couldn't help but wonder what Derek thought and felt. So Derek is the Wanderer, the deity who shares in man's solitude. In order to beckon us to the Phantom Realm, he posed as an explorer and solicited the aid of the sons of the Saint Koinik. In spite of this, I do not feel as though I've been deceived, nor do I harbor any resentment. Rather, I simply feel sad. I understand 'tis as if a dear friend was suddenly spirited far away. In hindsight, perhaps it was the expectation of the coming battle that he had kept men at arm's length. Okie. I imagine this must be even harder for you. But to know one of the 12 is walking among us makes me want to do the best we can by them. Aye, since time memorial, the 12 have watched over all who abide on the star. Even if they fulfilled their purpose by maintaining stability, as beings possessed of sentience, they also heed to the hearts of men. So let us likewise heed to their hearts and do our utmost to grant them their desire. Then I believe we all know what comes next. Time to punch stuff. By indication, this will be our final foray into the God's Sanctum. This task we entrust to you and your adventure friends once more, Kari. There's no telling what might happen afterwards. I shall remain on guard here. Twice you have triumphed, and I have faith you will do so yet again. Go well, Kari. Leah is now accessible. It is time. Worry not, I shall hold the fort here. Pray focus on the battles ahead. For the coming foray, you should face Thankful in the Heaven of Water, and Lanine and Oswan, the Heaven of Wind. While Nemia would abate in the former, I believe she has already filled her part, which means an easier time for you, or so I hope. Though we cannot assume fulfilling the god's desire won't visit harm upon the star. I cannot worry about what may come to pass. We must be prepared. Average wait time 7 minutes. Well, we will begin. Let the final confrontation begin.
Mortals, make your way through our watery sanctum. Let us see how you fare against my servants.
The serpents. Servants or serpents? Seems like both. Boom. Said I've had a pretty smooth run today with everything I've done, but this is probably the part where I'm going to start dying a whole bunch.
Only to be expected for they who vanquished my pupil Byraga. It shall be my pleasure to welcome you personally.
Move to the river of knowledge.
to this moment, children of man. The scholar shall measure your depth of knowledge.
Point taken.
At what answer will you arrive?
The right one, hopefully. Theory, anyway. Oh no, it's math.
Let flow the waters of your mind.
Oh no, not trigonometry.
Seek new perspectives, and you shall find new paths. Small wonder the others have exalted so. O waters purifying, reveal their nature. Tis time for a test. Share with me your ruminations.
Oh, that's what it was. I didn't quite understand what it was trying to do there.
Not all answers can be obtained through might.
Maybe here? Okay. Ow. Never was very good at geometry.
Prove to me the wisdom of man. Let us enlighten one another.
Ow.
done, wise children. Well done.
Smooth sailing so far, I see. Come then, mortals.
Only get one item a week, and I don't think I want to go for those just yet.
Have you got the stones to face the navigator?
Probably.
Come on, don't keep me waiting.
Yeah, this is definitely the deity of Laminsa.
Let me prepare a suitable stage for our union.
Oh, just right into it. Oh. That was different.
Like the stormy seas, I'm a harsh mistress. They play too. Come,
Oh.
join us in the excitement. Dance upon the waves.
Whap? No.
That's the way, my clever serpents. Feel the fight of the navigator! Go on, my pets.
better than that.
You must come together as one. It falls to you and yours to navigate the seas ahead.
After all this time, it feels strange calling to you thus.
Move to the Mythic Mountains.
Not long now, till our journey together must end. I am the last of us to face you.
Nope, you can go away.
You can overcome this. I know you can. Arise! By fighting you, that strength shall be returned to the star. Come! Grant us our heart's desire! Stay not up your steps. Those who hesitate are lost. Behold the wondering power.
It was like, I wasn't quite sure what to make of that at first.
I'm glad that it was you who came to us. Here our journey ends. Blessings be upon you on the road ahead.
Could do without less sustained damage, thank you.
May the wind ever be at your back.
Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop.
Yes. Mankind has indeed grown strong. When this battle is over, the sweet sorrow of parting. I beg you, stay the course to the end.
Now the question is, now what?
You're back. The Omphilus. It's suddenly transformed. Servers? What's the meaning of this? Those ones, I leave to you.
Well, this is very different.
friend. I will stay here with the others.
Angelic machine things.
The will of the star has entrusted the future to you and yours. As entities charged with ensuring life on Aetheris, we rejoice in this outcome with all our hearts.
Oh boy. The 12. Eulogia.
'Tis time, beloved children. Time to bid farewell to relics of the past.
Oh. I need an amalgamation of the 12.
Come, children, fulfill our final wish. See every last measure returns to the star.
First form.
Fight with all your being.
Oh. That didn't go well.
Receive the power and transcend it.
Ow. And ow. Yep, that hurt. Trying to figure out what the tells mean. I haven't quite figured it out yet. Basically a freak dash, this is what those are. Solar fans.
Mercy be upon our beloved children.
Yeah, I kind of figured we were going to see like combinations of stuff from all of them. Okay. Need to try to understand what I'm seeing here.
Come, children, fulfill our final wish. See who deserves the star.
I feel like they just want to have it be over. That's what I'm taking from it anyway. Called it wrong that time, but okay, it's just basically right, left, it looks like. There was one other pattern from it before. Okay, that's beginning to make a little bit more sense. Day one content's always a bit of a struggle. Yeah, I screwed up. I didn't see the time reduction. I didn't see the whole time thing, even though I should have remembered it.
In unity lies resilience. Not a single note of strength shall we hold back.
Yeah, this fight requires you to remember all the other fights to be able to pick up the mechanics from it, to remember what they were. In some ways, I kind of like that fact. Orsia. Indeed. I intend to end it. Called it wrong. It's gonna take me a few runs to get used to that. And so it ends.
Thank you.
Wasn't quite what I was hoping for, but oh well. There is my coin. Now I can start upgrading my left side stuff on Gunbreaker for raid tonight. Ugh, that was a bit of a rush. Day one on this stuff always is a bit of a rush. People would lot on stuff, so we can move on and finish this up. Kari, are you alright? Thanks for clearing the way, Kari, but I presume that being is the 12? You have done well, children of man. As promised, we shall reveal the truth in its entirety. Our desire is thus, to give ourselves unto the star as a blessing. In the 12 millennia which we have existed, we've come to hover tremendous powers through prayer. Through battle, our essence shall unravel and return to the star, where it might give rise to new life, such as our final gift to you. You mean you'll disappear? Yes, the fragments of our former souls which served as the core of our existence shall rejoin the life stream. Yet, though we may fade from sight, our individuality lost, our stabilizing influence shall endure. The only thing to change is where your prayers find their way. Henceforth it shall be this, the instrument of the blessing that receives immortal hope, hopes that shall be given back to the star. But your presence brings comfort to mankind. Everybody would wish for you to remain. Must you truly fade away? Such gladdening things you say, child, we must confess. What we do, we also do for ourselves. When mankind overcame the final days, it moved us that even we, who are but constructs, knew the greatest joy. You have shown unfaltering love for your world. In return, we would show our undying love for you. Worry not. Myths are wont to be woven and passed down. As long as men hold the 12 in fondness, we shall live on forever in us. When you say such things... The moment of parting has come. By our blessing, may you march towards a brighter future. Farewell, beloved children. When you are ready, brothers and sisters. May the font of your ingenuity ever flow. Yours is the strength to destroy all obstacles. Abide in virtue, hold fast to the truth. If there is meaning in your deeds, celebrate life and embrace death. May you flourish and reap a bountiful harvest. In your limited time, you have boundless compassion. Carry yourself with honor and forge on towards victory. Harbor love in your hearts for yourself, for others, and for the world. From the past and future, the river of knowledge flows. Be part of its nourishing waters. May a wonderful new world greet you beyond destiny's horizon. Be calm as the ocean, and you shall weather any storm. As the winds blow unfeathered, may you be free to follow your heart. You needn't agonize, so, Oscon. Remain with them if that be your desire. But this is what we dreamed of, to return to the star together. I just never imagined I'd grow so fond of them that parting would be so hard. Long we have abided in patience to rejoin the life stream. For the drop of a river in time is man's fleeting life. Why not share your fate with them? Follow your heart as you ever have, and when the time comes, we shall meet again. I've decided to continue journeying a little longer. I cannot say it cannot have been easy for Derek to break his decision. I should like to hear what went through his mind. Okie okie okie. Words cannot express my surprise when I opened my eyes to see Derek standing there. I'm naturally curious for what happened, but above all, I rejoice for a dear friend's return. He's back. He's really back. That I'm still here, I can scarcely believe it myself. What to say in such a moment? Best to speak from the heart, I suppose. I'm glad to be back. We are glad to have you back. Gladly is hardly a way to describe. We're still over the moon that you're still here, Derek, or should we call you Oshan? I no longer have Oshan's power, Derek will do. I was remade from a portion of my essence that wasn't returned to the star, and I will live out my days as a man. May I ask what happened? No sooner did the 12 vanish than you reappeared before us. From the very last, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear to say farewell. Your earnest friendship had weighed down my steps. And the little fellow's fervent call halted them. I was overwhelmed by the keenest longing to remain among you and see more of the world I love. Upon seeing me torn, my brethren bade me follow my heart. I needed no further urging. We created the instruments of blessing in the faith that one day the star would no longer need our guiding hand. Thanks to you, that day has finally come. Oh, but I ramble. How uncharacteristic. Let's head back to the Ophelium, shall we? Well, we must return to Charlian. The Forum will be expecting a report. Yet if the entire truth were revealed to the public, it would shake the very foundation of the worship of the 12. Aye, pending our report, we should do well to consult the Forum on what details are safe to disclose. Much pertaining to the field of mythology will need to be obfuscated, I fear. Worry not on my account. Inspired by our findings, I have a mind to examine the 12 in context of reception theory. People's perception of deities won't be informed by their culture. By comparisons, the difference between ages, eras, and regions, I believe we've uncovered henceforth unexpected aspects of the 12. Reception theory, you say? Most intriguing. I'd love to see the fruits of your research when I visit Charlian. When you do, care not to reveal who you are. Our scholars would be all over you like Star Beast. I see. Perhaps I shall wait a while before I come calling. Been a while since we've seen Crown that face. Before I came to you, I simply roamed the world. I have no objective, nothing I wish to find. For the second chance I have, I mean to undertake my travel with a renewed perspective. But before I set out, I would move my brethren's hopes elsewhere, to a place in man's mess. Oh, a wonderful idea. If you don't mind, we should like to accompany you. By all means, we make for the Sanctum of the 12 in the East Shroud. I kind of wondered if that Sanctum was going to come up eventually. Been kind of our main hub in regards to the symbol of the 12 for a long time, even though it's primarily used as a wedding ceremony location. Okie dokie. Feel free to go on ahead, my friend. This won't be While this won't be my last time here, I need a moment before I leave. As engrossing as we've been in our work, we suddenly had a chance to gather and relax. Last and only time would have been at that meal in Riffin Tull, I think. The words of the monument are a promise by the gods to watch over mankind. 'Tis comforting them to know their promise will endure. Sanctum of the 12, I could not imagine a more fitting place for their memories. Okay, we're off to the Shroud then. I'm gonna go ahead and the story here because my throat is starting to hurt from all this talking. Been going since 8 o'clock, so yeah, it's been over 6.5 hours since I started streaming. That's pretty long for me, considering I usually can barely do 2. No matter how many times I visit the Sanctum, its majesty never fails to move me. And the rich history. Originally built at the dawn of the 5th Astral Area, it was reclaimed by the woods before being restored in the wake of the calamity. Truly, it stands as a testament to the influencing that magic civilization the city-states have had upon Eorzean culture. The Sanctum harbors the hope of men, and now those of my brethren shall join them. If you are not adverse, I will speak a little of my brethren, that is, those individuals whose essence lent from them. As this pertains to another age, some concepts may be foreign to you, but would you be interested nonetheless? Excellent. Rygot was a man gifted for creating inanimate objects such as buildings and furnishings. With his abilities, he was served a supervisor role at the Bureau of Architect, where he was nothing short of a pillar. His chief was carefree to a fault, you see, and took upon himself to ensure the work was done. So that was probably assistant of Hippolodeus then. Rygor was a brawny man who Venat encountered on her travels. They quickly struck up a friendship, and he joined her on a quest to destroy an enormous meteor that was hurling towards the star. 'Tis fair to say this gave rise to the legends surrounding the destroyer. Azim was a woman who served in the judicial office of the Bureau of the Administrator. An experience that served her well as the warden. She was an ardent proponent of the seat of Azem, and dreamed of traveling under Venat and her successor. Athal was a close personal friend of mine. A merchant by trade, he was outwardly gargantuous, but also possessed a reserved side and knew quiet joy in his passion for ore. While men began to treat him as the dual aspect gods, it reminds me of the person he used to be. I couldn't help be struck by a pang of nostalgia. Sophia was a landscape architect of great repute. who grew plants gathered from the star over. Despite her skill in magic, she preferred nurturing plants as nature intended, and her garden ever bloomed with beautiful flowers. All those who visited said left with their souls saved. Akane was a researcher who observed newly made creations in Elpis. He possessed mastery over time magic and was known to be kind-hearted if a resented man. Although it was his sister's urging that he first joined our faction, he soon became a stalwart believer in the cause and always took the initiative in discussion. Maloney was a formidable warrior tasked with hunting creations that were deemed detrimental to the star. For her prowess, she began to be regarded as a leading candidate for the seat of Pasharot, preserver of discipline and order. Manphilia was the youngest among us, a student affiliated with the words Alaha Brea at the Academium Adir. Even within that prestigious institution, she was considered a prodigy, and hers were the hands created the magic to isolate and seal Zodiark. Valgark was the headmaster of the Academium Adir, a man of learning and leadership both. He presided over the institution's myriad faculties. No known phenomenon exists which he wasn't well versed. Words do not do justice to express the remarkable scholar that he was. Nemia was an observer in Elpis, like her older brother Aklin. She possessed a caring and inquisitive nature and was liked and trusted by her peers. It is said that she began the custom of offering flowers to the departed. Nemia was a researcher at the Metabasios Thaliesia, a facility for observing and evaluation of sea life. So passionate was she about her work, she once threw a knife at somebody who inadvertently came too close to her observation subject. You have definitely the idea who limits. Ashan was a traveler who Vinod encountered in the wilderness. They shared a campfire and discussed at lengths what it meant to be free. Leaving my hopes as the wanderer in this place, I shall set forth anew as a simple man named Dirk. And at last but not least, the Watcher. He was a cheap archivist at the Animesius Ander, and respected Vinod deeply as an individual, even as he cared for her as a dear friend. Indeed, among our number, none was more devoted to Vinod, and it is that devotion that made him best suited to his duty in the solitary that accompanies it. That is all. 'Tis a lot to remember, but I should be glad if they remain with you in some way. We are grateful that you would share these new aspects of Hydaelyn and the 12. Thank you. Well, 'tis past time we head back to Sharlayan. Wouldn't do to keep Okika waiting. I assume you will be traveling via Limsa Laminsa. In that case, allow us to see you off there. Till then, I have wandered alone, but recently I've learned a journey is better shared. And once again, it goes quiet. Into a casual outfit for the final cutscenes here. Our friends are presently booking their passage. That's where you were. There's room aboard the next ship, so we'll be setting sail shortly. Oh, Derek, no sooner than we arrive at Crad Place than you up and disappear. Ah, 'tis a force of habit in order to avoid people. But I needn't do that anymore, do I? On the contrary, I should embrace the chance to connect with other souls. As your comrades, we completely agree. Just remember, you're always welcome at the Baltesian Annex. Be sure to pay us a visit. You may depend on it. Thank you, Derek, for giving us your trust. And thank to you as well, Kari. If you had not been with us, we would have struggled to grant the 12 their wish. Well, we best find our vessel. While the report remains to be compiled, I believe we may declare our investigation complete. So we meet, my friends. You still have time, Kari. Ere I embark on my journey, there is a place nearby I would like to visit. Mind I ask you to accompany me? Come then, we shall head outside the city via the Tempest Gate. Here the wind whips in like a sea, like a storm, but I've always found the sensation quite invigorating. Lest you wonder, I intend to strike west, and thus make my way towards Upper and Outer Lunisha. In order to mark my new beginning as a man en route, I wish to see Oshwan's embrace with you. You only need to accompany me across the bridge. From there I shall continue on my own. Sorry, I got slightly caught off guard there. Always somebody in some random-ass glamour that shows up right in the middle of that. There's a great wave that was ripped, the gods gripped from the mainland. In the wake of the calamity, my brethren and I were all occupied with our respective duties. This is my first time seeing the bridge. Shall we then? It is already quite an impressive sight to behold. So it is temporarily constructed with wood. Ah, such an invigorating breeze. Oh, Atheris. Your beauty truly knows no bounds. Forgive me, I was lost in thought. I look forward to the bridge's completion. It's a fine bridge, boasting splendid views and brimming with life, the very image of man's determination to overcome adversity. I'm honored that it should be named Oshan. Well, this is as far as I asked you to come. But if you're willing, might we converse a bit more? It occurred to me I never asked you of your opinion of the 12. How you personally perceive us, for instance, or what you felt when you faced us. Your words from the heart, I will take it as a memento. That's so. The others will be glad to hear that. Thank you for humoring me, Kari, and I apologize for keeping you for so long. I am ready to set forth now, to witness a world filled with our blessing. Begin with, I should tower Lenosha and visit the locals, which are named after the 12. After that, I will go wherever the wind blows. Together with this fellow, of course, until such a time he tires of my company. This time I shall embrace the joy of meeting and accepting the sorrow of parting. When the time has come for me to return to the star, I shall share my experience with my brethren. Needless to say, your words will feature prominent in my recounting. You will continue your own journeys, will you not? Then I shall look for you out there. Farewell. Fare you well, my friend. And may the 12 bless you and keep you. Mists of the Realm. Paintings of certain deities among the 12 are now available for purchase in Durham and the Pillars. Those remaining deities are work in progress. Okay. And that was Mists of the Realm. kind of went in the direction I kind of thought it would, but that's not really a surprising revelation of any kind, because similar to Pandemonium, it kind of feels like they were both intended to be kind of epilogues to the Hydaelyn Zodiark era, with Pandemonium dealing with the unanswered questions in regards to Zodiark's followers, while Mists of the Realm dealt with the romance of Hydaelyn's followers. And as in Pandemonium, Elidibus is now gone. The Unsundered are all gone. What few Ascians remain are probably not going to be story relevant going forward, as they no longer have their base to continue their plans, and Zodiark is also gone. Same thing with the 12. So it's basically brought a bookend to that entire saga, and all those that would be able to drag the story back out into it again, which I think was kind of an important thing for them to do here. As with Dawn Trail is moving away from the stories we've done up to this point, it was kind of necessary to bring a bookend to everything related to it, so there isn't the temptation to try to tread old ground with it again. But all in all, I think it was a pretty good series. I enjoyed that run quite a bit. But for now, that will conclude today's session here. There are no more major story things to do. At least not that I can do right now. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up for today, since we've been going almost 6 hours here. So about 6 hours, not quite, but and I need to give my voice a break, because we will be back tonight at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time for our standard raid night. So I hope you come and join our shenanigans then. So we'll see you guys tonight. So thank you for joining me today, and we'll see you next time.